Testing. Hi. Just good. How are you doing? Can you let me know how it sounds?
All right. Good morning, everyone. I am calling to order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, August 16th, 2022. And it looks like, I think I see Chaplain Betsy Vanderpool online, I believe. Are you there, Betsy?
I am here. I can't start my video. It says the host has stopped it.
Okay, we'll fix that up and just give us a second. So we'll start off the morning with the invocation with you, Chaplain, and then we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Heidel after that. As soon as we get your video. Oh, there you are.
Perfect.
Hey, all right.
Morning. Morning. Would you all join me in prayer? God, thanks for this beautiful day. Thanks for this great county that we all get to serve. And Lord, I was reminded this time last year when we were just beginning to grapple with the Caldor fire. And God, that was such a difficult time for all of us. And yet we were also reminded of the great heart of the people of this county and how we pulled together, people helping neighbors, people helping friends, people helping people they didn't even know. God, that's the heartbeat of El Dorado County. And so, Lord, I pray we remember that as we move forward with legislation, with issues, with things coming before the board, things dear to the people's hearts who are presenting and who are attending. God, let us remember that heartbeat, that we're better together. And so, God, we give this meeting to you. We pray for your wisdom. We pray for the ability to see further ahead than just our generation, but for our kids and grandkids and those to follow. And God, we just ask all these things in your strong and mighty name. And we pray for your hand on our first responders. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much for being here with us this morning.
Thank you.
Please join me in the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All righty, so we'll move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Kim, do you want to go ahead with your change first?
The clerk's office is requesting that item 12 be continued to August 23rd, 2022.
Very good, thank you for that. And then, we didn't forget Supervisor Novasel. She's actually absent today. I just forgot to make that announcement. So she had another commitment, and so we will carry on without her. So just didn't want anybody to think we forgot about her. With that, District 2, do you have any changes?
No changes.
District 3?
No changes.
District 1?
No changes.
And I have no changes. Let's take public comment on the consent calendar. And if people could remember to tell us what item they're referencing to help us know what they're talking about, it'd be great.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing
Oh, we're good.
Good morning, happy August, and I'm glad we're not on fire this year. I just wanted to speak about 2 items, number 22 and number 40. I want to speak in support of item number 22, which is the nomination of Donna Mullins-Becker to the Veterans Affairs Commission. It's very refreshing after a year and a half of seeing candidates who are allied with extremist groups and trying to oppose our government by force, to see somebody with a record of service to the country and to her state and to services like the Rotary in a leadership position, and to the county as a retiree of the county. I hope that she's all that she appears, and I look forward to her joining the Veterans Commission for all those reasons, but also as a woman veteran. Will be the 3rd woman veteran to join the commission and represent 3 of our armed services. We have a Navy representative already. We have an Air Force representative through Jody Pratt's recent appointment, and Ms. Becker would now be an Army representative. And I think all of those things are positive reasons to endorse her and support her. And I thank you for putting that on the calendar today. The other item is item 40. I want to speak in opposition to that and ask that you pull that from the consent calendar for a lot of reasons. Number one, to consent to a $500,000 plus item for a piece of specific tactical law enforcement equipment just doesn't strike me as very appropriate. There should be a lot more justification for this, first of all, and I didn't see anything in the record that justifies the need to spend that kind of money for that kind of equipment. In fact, I heard the DA recently say that we have one of the lowest crime rates per capita in the state of California. So I don't see any legal justification or law enforcement justification to buy this expensive equipment for a very limited purpose. First thing I saw when I looked at it is it's basically an armored bobcat. If you have not seen a picture of it, it's a bobcat that's full of armor. You can put some attachments on it. And the first thing I thought of was the Sears wish book, honestly. You know, when you're a kid and you get that in the fall and you'd look through it and say, oh, I'd like to have that. And I'd like to have that. And you go to your parents and say, I want this and this and this and this. Well, this kind of strikes me as that. You know, it seems kind of frivolous and unnecessary. And I urge you to say no. I think it has a lot of vulnerabilities, and I'm not here to be a law enforcement tactical expert, but you can look at it and see right away that it has a limited purpose and a lot of vulnerabilities. You can only fit a couple of people behind it. If you have to retreat, you're not going to be covered. If you turn any way from the direct line of fire, you're going to be at risk. It's dependent on a driver. If the driver is taken out, then you have a big expensive rock sitting in front of you. There's a lot of alternatives that I wish you would explore, and one of those is just ballistic vests or ballistic shields. You can buy those very inexpensively. You can put one in each patrol vehicle in the county. Any officer can use them, pick them up if necessary, and deploy them at far less
Thank you,
cost.
Joe.
So I hope you'll look at that.
Good morning. Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Also, I want to speak on item 22. Thank you for talking about that. I was U.S. Navy submarines. That's why I'm wearing this today, just to show my involvement with the national defense, and certainly having a woman 22 is a good thing, brings a different perspective. As you probably know, there's not many women in the military when you look at it from a proportional perspective. So to have somebody then that can step up and do this now after they've done their service is pretty important. Thank you, Supervisor, for picking her. The other item is the, I'm sorry, it was, I think it was the eastbound signal at Bass Lake Road. What we're doing was we're completing that work. This is from the Department of Transportation. Sorry, here, item 32. Supervisor Heidel, you know how important having that commercial center up by the lake is to the whole the community itself. It's critically important, but what it does now is draw. We're drawing from Green Valley Road. We're drawing from Highway 50. I've been there. I thought it's a very nice facility. But what this means is we have a one signalized leg of the overall interchange. That means all the other ramps do not have signals. Bass Lake Road is going to become more and more heavily congested. And therefore, as a supervisor, I would be keeping very close to knowing when those projects that will finish that interchange, when are those going to happen? And on an annual basis, you have a chance to review this with the capital improvement program. But at the same time, this is kind of an indication that things are changing. When you have just one leg, one ramp signalized, when probably they all should be signalized. I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I've just signed on, so I don't know what you've pulled, but the comments, the items I wanted to mention were 20, 24, and 40. You haven't pulled any of those, right?
No,
Okay, thank you. So item 20, just be patient with me for a second. I've got the item 20. What I wanted to mention was, oh, it's just a question because I have a business license. I've really never seen anyone have to come on the consent calendar to have a business license be approved. I'm just curious why a fortune telling, psychic reading, tarot reading business in Diamond Springs area has to come in front of the board. So that was just more of a question. Inquiring minds want to know why that particular business when others don't come forward in this manner. Then I had a question about, or maybe more of a comment about 24. Boy, that's a lot of money. That's great. 3,300,000 for a senior skilled nursing. I'll have to read more about that one. That sounds good for our community, and I appreciate that. The last one, item 40, had to do with $520,000 for a tank that comes 96% from the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians money. I really question, don't we have a tank? Doesn't the sheriff have a tank? We need another tank? Why do we need another tank? Couldn't we use all of this money for other uses? I really would like a thorough justification for needing that in this rural county, whereas I think that money could be much better spent elsewhere. I really seriously question item 40. Thank you.
thank you, Ruth.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. CEO, can you help me out? There were a couple questions. The business license one is a unique situation. If I remember right, maybe you can shed some light on that. And then number 40, I thought the staff report kind of explained, but maybe you could expand on that.
Yeah, so on the business license, we have an ordinance that requires this to happen. That's why it is unique. I'm not aware of any other jurisdiction that has it, but it's in our ordinance. So the treasurer tax collector is just following our ordinance and bring it to the board for approval.
Okay.
In regards to item 40, as indicated in the staff report, it's being paid for 96% by the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. The board may recall, and this was discussed, it was included in the recommended budget, that it was a negotiation with the tribe, and they agreed to pay for it because they saw a need for public safety reasons on their lands as well. Since we're talking about it, I want to take this opportunity to thank the tribe for their contributions to the county for things like this. And the other 4% is coming from designated funds within the sheriff's office. If you want to have a brief conversation or comments on the need for the ROOK, the sheriff is on the line and can comment on that.
Do you want to hear from the sheriff, or is everybody good with the staff report? I'm asking the board.
Might be helpful. I mean,
Okay, Sheriff, you there? You want to expand on this for us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me, board?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so this is a tool. It's not a tank. It's a armored skid steer with multiple attachments for different delivery methods for tactical situations. It can be used to deliver a team behind A500 steel plating, bulletproof resistance. It can be used to insert chemical munitions for barricaded subjects. It can be used to recover robots, to insert robots. It can be used to disable vehicles, hold them in a position that suspect cannot flee. There's many times just in the recent past that I can describe incidents where this would have been an extremely valuable tool. When we had Highway 50 shut down, CHP did recently, with the subject that was barricading himself inside the vehicle, we could literally have just picked the pickup up and moved it off and reopened Highway 50 and then dealt with the subject in a more safe manner. We had another incident down in just recently in Cameron Park where we could have, it was on the second story with a barricaded subject. We could have put team members up on the porch that we had already secured, or we could have secured that with the rook. We could have inserted munitions in a safer manner than what we did by putting team members in front of a window. It's just a very valuable tool. It is a full package with the rook, all the attachments, and a delivery trailer, which we would pull with our 550 truck that we already have. And it is also remote control, so we can actually use it without even having to put a personnel in harm's way at all.
Very good. Thank you for that, Sheriff. That's kind of the gist I got. Oh, Supervisor Heidel has a question.
I do have a
Yeah.
question since the sheriff is on. Recognizing the pursuit of bringing a helicopter on board and stuff, would the helicopter have the ability to move this, transport it from a roadway to a scene off the grid, so to speak, that we would need to have those kinds of capabilities? Is the helicopter have enough lift capacity?
Not the helicopters we're looking at, no.
Okay, all right, thank you. I was just thinking that would be nice if you could move it into some place that would save a whole lot of time and effort, but
Good
yeah,
thought.
probably have to double the size of the helicopter.
Yeah,
I didn't know it
let's
weighs.
not go there on this agenda
Yeah.
item, but thank you for that. Thank you,
Okay.
Sheriff, for that explanation. And I was thinking of some instances too where it probably could have been helpful in the past. So very good. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Is the board good
I
with?
have one other comment.
Oh, yes.
I also would like to commend District 2 on your appointment of Donna Mullins-Becker. She is fantastic, and she will be an excellent addition to the Veterans Commission.
Yeah, Donna is a longtime friend. You know, Jim was, and Mullins, her husband, and I were very, very close. And she will be a big asset
She's excellent.
for
Yeah.
that commission, but she's been a big asset for our county too.
Yeah, she has been. So well done.
Very good. Thank you for that. Okay, then I think we covered everything. So Kim, you want to read the item into the record for us?
Adoption agenda and approve of the consent calendar with the following change. Item number 12 will be continued to August 23rd, 2022. And please let the record show that Supervisor Novacell is absent.
Very good. Yeah, thank you for that. It's like, I don't know how many times we need to get that on the record, but we covered it. So, all right, anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move approval of the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Very good. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, passes 4-0. All right, looks like we'll move on to our first department matter, item number 41.
Item number 41 comes from the Human Resources Department, recommending the board, 1, appoint Evelyn Schaefer to the position of Director of Health and Human Services Agency effective September 24th, 2022 at step 4 of the salary range. And 2, remove Daniel DeMonte from interim status as Director of Health and Human Services Agency effective close of business on September 23rd, 2022, resulting in Mr. DelMonte returning to his prior position of Chief Assistant Director of Health and Human Services.
Perfect time.
Yeah, I was like,
Good morning.
where are you? I was looking everywhere. Thank you.
Good morning,
It's a
board.
long commute.
Yeah, right.
I like your just-in-time practice. Perfect.
That was good.
Sufficient. Good morning, board. Joey Caresco, Director of Human Resources, and I'm here to talk about the potential appointment of Evelyn Schaefer as the new HHSA Director. I texted her this morning, and I think she was going to try to join us on the call today. But while we're checking if she's there, if you don't mind, I'd like to give you a quick kind of summary of what brought us here today. So we posted this director recruitment towards the end of April of this year. We had 28 applicants apply for the job. Of those applicants, we interviewed the top 11. And the top 11 went through a total of 4 interview panels with structured interviews. So it was a very involved and tedious process, but necessary. The first panel interview was with the leadership team at HHSA. The second panel was with our community healthcare leaders. The third panel was with local commissioners.
And on that same day, they had a fourth interview with various department heads in the county. So with all of those interviews, we were able to kind of narrow down the group to the top two. Dawn and I met with the top two candidates a month and a half ago. And after this exhaustive process, we would like to present to you Evelyn Schaefer, who I see on the call here, as to be the next HHSA director. I'll just quickly mention that she has over a decade of government health service experience. She's very well qualified. If the board approves to appoint Ms. Schaefer, we would recommend bringing her in at step 4 of the salary range. And we would like her to start on September 24th. And the second part of this item is also involves the interim HHSA director, Daniel Del Monte, who was kind enough to step in. I think he did a fantastic job while he stepped in. And I would ask that the board move him back to his underlying classification of chief assistant director. So those are the two items that are part of this item 41. So with that, I don't know if Evelyn would like to say anything to the board, or if you have any questions for her.
Does anyone on the board have any questions? Or I'll just let everyone know that we did have an opportunity to meet with Ms. Schaefer in a closed session and Zoom meeting, and it was a wonderful meeting in my mind. I felt that the engagement and energy that Evelyn, I hope you don't mind me calling Evelyn, but will be bringing to the county is just what we need right now, I think. And it seemed like everybody agreed with that. So yeah, Evelyn, did you have anything you wanted to share with us? You're on Zoom and we can all see you.
Well, I want to say thank you. Thank you, Director, Madam Chair, members of the board, county staff, and members of the public. I want to express my deepest gratitude for the support and the selection process, and that you're putting great confidence in me if I should be voted in. And I promise to, with diligence and dedication, respect and professionalism, empathy and compassion, and with a spirit of collaboration, to support all residents of the great county of El Dorado and even those passing through. And I just want to thank you all.
Very good. Any comments by the board or?
Sure. Love
Yeah.
to. Just welcome, Evelyn. We're delighted to have you taking on this critical role within our organization. And I commend our Madam Chair for her comments that we were all just very taken with your heart, your expertise, your diligence, and your compassionate approach. Stepping into a role is a challenging thing within an organization. And I have full confidence and would like to express that to our staff that you will be a wonderful fit for our organization. And I'm just really excited to welcome you aboard. So thank you for coming to El Dorado County and partnering with us to serve the residents of our wonderful county. And I would also like to extend our thanks to Daniel Del Monte, who stepped into an incredibly challenging role, and like to express our deep gratitude to him for fulfilling that role with great diligence and professionalism. And I look forward to continuing to work with him. And I think you will make a dynamic team. So welcome aboard.
Supervisor Hydal.
Evelyn, welcome aboard. Your diversity of experience is incredible in this particular field. The number of agencies you've worked for, your knowledge of California politics, even though you don't reside in California currently, the relocation, I think, is going to be favorable for obviously the county and hopefully for you. So we look forward to getting you on board and working with you and trying to expand a lot of the work that's already been started within reorganization of health and human services and various other things. But so I think we're at a point of departure, so to speak, where things can turn the corner and we can really see significant improvements in a number of areas. And that's what you bring to the table is that visionary opportunity and the drive to make it happen. We all know that government doesn't work fast, but I think this particular board is anxious to get things going, and you will find that you get our support in making those things happen, may have seemed difficult to accomplish in the past. So I think new opportunities bring new motivation and encouragement that we can accomplish some wonderful things. And I know the staff is worked really hard to provide the service, particularly Daniel Del Monte, that the organization provides from the standpoint of we're short staffed. We don't have every position filled. We're trying to do the best we can with the staffing we have. And they got really stretched thin when we lost our director. So bringing you on board, I think, is going to strengthen that motivation. And I think the hiring process will continue. And I think you're going to bring a certain element that will attract people who will want to come to work for El Dorado County as you have. So again, thank you and welcome aboard.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Trimbu.
Yeah, I just want to welcome you, Evelyn. Thank you for stepping up. I think you're going to be a big asset for our county, and I'm looking forward to working with you. So thank you.
Likewise.
Okay, with that, public comment, Kim, don't want to forget that. You might want to step aside, Joey. Now take a. You're gonna get run
This will
over.
Run you over.
Run over. Watch out.
Taking public comment on item number 41. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Congratulations, Evelyn, for this opportunity. A few things I wanted to highlight, which I believe wouldn't be highlighted without me speaking of them. Opportunity knocks continuum of care. It's critically important for the public to know, as we all know now, what that organization means and how important it is as an entity within our county. And it also is important for Evelyn. Obviously, she would know based on her level that she is essentially, I'll call it, for no better term, a sports thing, the quarterback for the county, related to services that come that are not part of your county government, meaning continuum of care. And so as she comes in, she realizes the structure of her budget has to do with these outside funds that certainly wouldn't be coming here if we didn't have a opportunity knocks continuum of care or some kind of thing like it. Next. We're a very diverse community, Evelyn, but with our diversity comes a split community. And I think from a social media perspective, it's pretty balanced that the split community are people who supports the idea of the services provided by continuum of care or other things that we do. And then the other side, which says, no, we don't want anything to do with this. And she's coming into that role now. Leadership comes in different form. I'm saying you're a woman, and obviously we see more women in business and we see more women coming into government, and you've already been there and you're coming here now. So I'm relying on what you've done in the past to be able to lead us. The Department of Community Services is that new department that we're talking about. It's a proposed department. You haven't taken any action on it. But some of the services of her agency will go possibly with your action to that new department. I want to make sure she's aware of that. And also, let's see, the necessity of the agency title, Health and Human Services Agency, versus now when we do Community Services Department. How does that change? Do we need an agency anymore? Meaning it might just be a department, and hopefully she realizes what could happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Well, thank you. I guess it's the Chris and Ruth show today. I want to just say a quick comment to Chris, because we know each other from the 90s when we both worked for the county, for the Department of Transportation, and we kind of have a sister-brother relationship. Wouldn't you say, Chris? And sometimes contentious sister and brother. But I would like to say, Ms. Schaefer, that I will show you the respect of calling you Ms. Schaefer. We don't know you well enough yet to call you by your first name. And I so welcome you to our county, and I wish you the best. You have a lot ahead of you, but I'm sure you're equal to the challenge. And I want to piggyback on what Chris said about continuum of care, because we are at a critical point, and I hope that you will use your influence for good. Things have become very divided, and there's a lot of false information out there, which is trying to derail us from this effort so badly needed to house our homeless. And out of the 58 counties, we are one of 4 that does not have that permanent emergency shelter. And we're so behind by 20 or 30 years. And we're just in for this final push to try to make it happen. And so I look forward to your support on that very important item. Thank you. And again, welcome Ms. Schaefer to the team.
Now taking public comment from Kelly, excuse me if I don't pronounce your last name right, Nawija.
And this is our last online comment. There's nobody else online right now, and I'm not going to let it just linger forever. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, hi, Kelly.
Okay, great. Hi, Kelly Nalavaya, El Dorado Hills Central Committee District 1. Welcome, Evelyn. I'd kind of like to piggyback on what was just said in the previous caller. And what I would also ask you to do is, I'm really tired of hearing the word divisiveness about this homeless alternative. I work in addictions. I work in adolescent addictions. I am a parent of an addict. I have done much work with homeless with Sacramento County and the Mary House Gabriel Project and Loaves and Fishes. What we would like to do is invite you to our table to understand why we do not think this is the proper program for El Dorado County and why we can do better with dignity, grace, and a long-term project. There are a lot of things coming out about this program that we feel are going to unravel and show even more objection to why this is not the best program for El Dorado County, and that we can do a quicker, more efficient program under the guidance of our sheriff. So I would really ask you to be open-minded and take the time to look at both perspectives. Secondly, I just ask you to know that we are a constitutional county. We value our rights, we value our Constitution, and we value our freedoms. Don't mess with that. We're going to love you, and we're going to welcome you to stay as long as you'd like. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Kelly. So bringing it back to the board, and Evelyn, Ms. Schaefer, you heard some comments, and do you want to respond to anything? Are you good to go? I think that people are looking forward to your leadership. And I hope everybody remembers that it's far more than just homelessness that the HHSA department does.
Big department.
And I'm fairly certain that you've done your homework, Evelyn, and checked out our county before taking this on. So I don't think you're coming into this with blinders, correct?
Correct.
Very good. Okay. All right. With that, then we can move on and make a motion and get you appointed.
I
Are we
make
ready?
a motion that we approve the appointment and welcome aboard.
I'll second.
Very good. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All righty, 4-0. Thank you very much. And we'll be seeing you soon.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
You can arrive early if you want. It's
Yes.
not a stay away time frame, okay? We welcome
I'm
guests
pulling
anytime.
out Labor Day weekend, so I'm on my way. Just have to.
All right.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next item's not until 10 o'clock, so we have a few closed session items we can take care of. The board will now recess into closed session to hear items 45 through 47 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating on Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. This is going to be quick. Item 45, it has to do with the Riffy Family Living Revocable Trust property that's right behind, I think it's, what is it, Victory Mine building. I don't think the community knows what's going on. I think it's probably because of the early stages of discussion where that property is located geographically, right behind the building on this little street. What may happen with the property, I think, is more important. Once it's acquired, how's it going to be used? Is there going to be some physical improvements necessary? It's on Pleasant Valley Road, this little road, Carlson Way. I know it really, really well. So I just want you to know, as you discuss it in closed session, and we had an earlier consent calendar item also that you approved, that you think about location, physical improvements, and making sure the community knows through the steps, what am I trying to say? Just the knowledge of it. I guess that's the best way to say it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, with that, we'll go into closed session and be back as close to 10 as possible. Thank you. All right, found my reading glasses, all is well. So we're back from closed session. County Council, is there anything to report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board met in closed session and heard item number 47, and there was no action to report out.
All right, thank you. So we'll move on to our 10 a.m. items. Ooh, not too bad. Starting off with item number 42, Kim.
Item number 42 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, one, conduct a public hearing consistent with Mitigation Fee Act requirement to consider the 2022 Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan Public Financing Plan Fee Program rates and cost schedule. Two, find that the 2022 Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan Public Financing Plan Fee Program rates and cost schedule are consistent with the Mitigation Fee Act. And three, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for the 2022 Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan Public Financing Plan Fee Program rates and cost schedule. Supervisor Parlin, could you please open the hearing?
I open the public hearing.
Good morning, Adam Bain with El Dorado County Department of Transportation. Hopefully today is a fairly simple item for you. Last year, we went through a comprehensive update to the public facilities financing plan for the Bass Lake Hills specific plan area. This is a program whereby which there are large scale infrastructure needs for the specific plan. And this is a funding mechanism to allow developers to construct those necessary infrastructure improvements, but also be reimbursed by future development so that they don't incur the full burden of all the costs that will benefit folks in the future. So we brought this item with a comprehensive update last year. This is a Mitigation Fee Act program, which requires an annual update. Built into this PFFP is an annual cost index adjustment. This year, that cost index went up by 8%. We're also required to annually to take a look and see if there's anything in the program that's changed that would cause us to update those fees differently. We don't have anything this year that would make that other change. So we're simply bringing the 8% cost index adjustment to your board. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. This one seems pretty straightforward, but you never know. I'm going to look for buttons again. We were off for 2 weeks. So I forgot about our buttons. Anybody have any questions for Adam? Very good. I'm looking for Supervisor Novo. So online, you guys, it's such a habit when she's not in her chair. So sorry about them. I'm like, where is she? I know. All right. Well, with that, we'll go move on to public comment, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 42. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, with that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Any further questions, comments?
I'm going to move staff's recommendation.
Yes, I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes 4-0.
That was easy.
Simple.
Wow.
Thank you, Adam.
Is that a record? So with that, we'll move on to item number 43.
Item number 43 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department. Item number 43 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, current Planning Division, recommending the board consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve Williams Act Contract WAC 21-0004, establishing a Williams Act contract, and take the following actions. 1, find that the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. 2, approve Williams Act contract. 3, approve and authorize the chair to sign said Williams Act contract. And 4, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution establishing an agricultural preserve for said Williams Act contract.
And this is also a hearing, so I will open the public hearing.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Bianca Dinkler. I am the project planner with El Dorado County Planning Department. As mentioned, the proposed project before you is a request for the establishment of a Williams Act contract for the 41.86 acre parcel to plant grapevines on 5 to 6 acres for the Familia Georgis Vineyards. The project includes agricultural capital improvements with the installation of 2 wells and an irrigation drip system. The expected plant order is 3,200 vines during the fall of 2021 through spring of 2022, and the grapes would be sold after the first eligible harvest in 2024. This property is located on the south side of Pleasant Valley Road, approximately 500 feet east of the intersection with Bodega Way in the Pleasant Valley community. The parcel is zoned planned agricultural 20 acres with a corresponding general plan land use designation of agricultural lands, and it is within the agricultural district overlay. In accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, the project is categorically exempt pursuant to section 15317 for the establishment of agricultural preserves. The proposed project was reviewed for consistency with our county zoning ordinance, general plan policies, and for the environmental review determination. Now to staff's analysis and recommendations. The project has shown that it meets the minimum criteria to qualify for an agricultural preserve. 1, capital outlay exceeds $45,000. 2, minimum acreage exceeds the 20-acre requirement. And 3, gross income exceeds $13,500 per year. The County Agricultural Commission reviewed this project on January 12th, 2022, and forwarded a memo with a recommendation of approval to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission then reviewed the project at their hearing on May 26th, 2022, and forwarded a recommendation of approval to the Board of Supervisors. And the County Assessor's Office reviewed the project on June 21st, 2022, and took no issue with the project. That leads to staff's recommendation. Staff is recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. 1, find that the project is categorically exempt from the CEQA guidelines pursuant to section 15317 for the establishment of agricultural preserves. And 2, approve Williamson Act contract WAC 21-0002, establishing a new agricultural preserve of 41.86 acres in size based on the findings presented. This concludes staff's presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. I don't see any buttons pushed. Does anybody on the board have any questions?
No, not really.
Seems straightforward as well.
Straightforward, yeah.
I kind of do though.
I think it's a great thing, to be honest with you.
It is. It's good to see a Williamson, another ag preserve. Love that in our county.
Yeah.
I think that I have some other things on my brain though from other projects, and I just want to, because this is a new project in our county, and I did see that there's also a residential house being built on site. There's a permit for that, and I'm hoping that with the issues we've been having with some new ag businesses in the county that are causing some grief with neighbors because they're pursuing the ranch marketing ordinance without actually consulting the ag commissioner that, and I'm guessing, are you the applicant? Oh, awesome. So I would kind of like to ask that, you know, as you move forward this, if you want to pursue anything like that, please work with our ag commissioner because we've had some issues and I don't want you to run into that with, I'm trying to be helpful and forward thinking, and I'm very excited that you're here. So is it appropriate, you guys, if we hear from the applicant? What are your plans?
Well, thank you, board, so much for having me. I appreciate it. I appreciate your concern. My name is Douglas Georgis, Familia Georgis Vineyards. And yes, I'm already working with the ag commissioner on a number of items as far as making sure that the plants that have been planted are approved, our flocks are free, are within all El Dorado County standards, so that we already have a good relationship, and I don't see any reason why that would not continue.
Absolutely fabulous. Thank you, sir. That's good to hear. So welcome. Thank you for being here. Okay, anybody else have any questions while we have that? Supervisor Thomas?
No questions, but just, you know, agriculture is so important to El Dorado County. So, you know, just love that you're expanding this vineyard and see that you have plans to expand it even further in the next 5 to 7 years. And so just welcome and wish you much success.
Thank you.
Very good. Anybody else? You good?
Yeah, I think it's great. I really do. I think it's going to be awesome for our county. Thank
It's in
you.
your district, right?
I know.
Yeah, there we go. All right, there's your supervisor. So with that, thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll see if there's any public comment, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 43. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Great.
Awesome.
I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion. We approve it.
I'm going to second this one. You don't do that very often anymore.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
So with that, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, it passes 4-0. So thank you so much, and we
you.
wish you the best.
Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, so our next item, isn't until 11 time allocation. So I think, do we want to go back into closed session? We have a couple things to finish up. So we'll go back into closed session and be back as close to as 11 as possible. Thank you. All right, we are back from closed session. County Council, do you have anything to report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board completed its closed session agenda, hearing items 45 and 46. There's no action to report out.
Very good. We'll move on to our 11 a.m. item number 44, Kim.
Item number 44 comes from the Surveyor's Office and the Planning and Building Department, recommending the board approve the introduction, first reading of ordinance 5162, amending El Dorado County Ordinance Code Lot Line Adjustments, and waive full reading, read by title only, and continue this matter to August 23rd, 2022 for final passage, second reading.
Very good.
Morning, Madam Chair.
Good
members of the
morning.
Board, Mr. Ashton, Mr. Livingston. Our clerk, Kim Dawson, has already read it into record, so I'm here for any questions you may have.
And this one, we've kind of talked about conceptually before, so
Mhm.
this is actually bringing it back to formalize it and make it so, right?
Yes.
Very good. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Thomas?
Just wanted to clarify that the purpose of this is just to take a workload off of planning's plate.
Yes.
And so just appreciate your department's ability to do that. And I think recognizing how stretched thin planning and development is, building and planning is. So just what kind of wanted to clarify that is the intent of this item.
Yeah,
And
by
just-
no means is this any negative thing about planning or their staff or anything. It's
Right.
just our ability to, this is in our wheelhouse, so we can help, and they're overworked and understaffed, and just something we can do. So.
And this is just an example of, interdepartmental collaboration. And I really love the intent of this item. And thank your department for taking this on.
Yeah, we're always looking for efficiencies and streamlining, and this feels like that's the direction this is going. So thank you for working together to bring this.
I'll just comment
oh, yeah.
that surveying is a big part of lot line adjustments.
Yeah.
'Cause
Oh,
you
yeah.
need to know
Definitely.
where is that property line
Yeah.
and how much has to be adjusted to account for things that got built over the line or whatever it may be to do the appropriate adjustments and compensation as may be necessary. But yeah, the surveyor's operations are right in the heart of this type of a process, in my opinion. So
Yeah.
thank you again.
Yeah, not only that, it speeds up the process too.
Yeah.
So. Gonna be a
Okay.
good thing.
Should we
Thanks,
get
Ryan.
public comment, everyone? Yes?
Yeah.
All right, be ready.
Now taking public comment on item number 44. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There is no public comment.
There is none. All right, bringing it back to the board for action.
Move approval of item number 44.
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 It is approved unanimously, so thank you so much. We appreciate it. Well, that went really fast. Man, we're just zooming today.
Yeah, really.
Kind of wow. So we're kind of wrapped up with our morning items, correct? Honestly, I kind of don't want to do to and from
Yeah,
right now. I'd
sounds
rather
good.
just, let's have a nice lunch and we'll wrap up our day after open forum with our to and froms if everybody's okay with that.
That's fine.
Give us a moment to put our thoughts together for that, quite honestly. So, all right, with that, we'll adjourn to lunch and be back at 1 o'clock for open forum. Thank you. Okay, we're back from lunch and ready for open forum, Kim.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike DeAnda. I'm the union business representative for Operating Engineers, Local 3 Union. I represent the trades and crafts and the corrections bargaining unit. In front of you is a copy of an email I received from your HR department last month. In this email, it states there's a proposal to you, the board, to increase all county employees' wages by 2% in the effort to address continuing challenges in recruiting and retaining qualified employees and to lessen the impact of inflation. I'm here today to praise this proposal and ask you, the board, to please approve this proposal when you do receive it. I believe it is next week. You're scheduled for next week. I also would like to put something up there for just thought and ask you, the board, to consider the unfreezing of the longevity pay that was frozen in past negotiations. I think this will also help in the same effort, mainly to reward your tenured employees who have been employed with the county for 10 years or more, making this their career. So I appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Susan Ewell and I'm the chair of the Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee. I am presenting the first occasional report from Cool, and the topic of this first report will be about the newly opened Dollar General. Since you approved it, I thought you might like an update on it. We asked our community for feedback and comments. They were very thoughtful and varied, and most think that the exterior building design turned out nicely. And that was because of our ability to participate in the design review process. The process now covers all commercial properties in Cool, thanks to your 5-0 vote to approve Supervisor Parlin's recommendations to do so several months ago. Therefore, the exterior design fits into and is appropriate with the boardwalk across from Highway 49. The variety of colors used is good. It's quite colorful, actually. The split rail fence is a nice touch on the edge of the parking lot in front of the building. We did think that there would be more trees in the landscaping, and we hope that they are put in at a later date. We realized a 9,000 square foot building is too large for the site and for Cool. As a result, we will request for future developments a street elevation site plan to make sure that it doesn't happen again if at all possible. A lot of dirt was moved and the building is really high. Many commentators said the building design looked fine, better than expected, but they will not shop there, although many will. As we feared and commented on during the approval process, the narrowness of Northside Drive for cars and trucks together will become problematic. And actually, I had a personal experience about this recently. Eventually, we believe Caltrans and the EDC DOT will have to develop turn lanes from Highway 49, that it will become a problem eventually. The 7 tall parking lot lights are too bright and there are too many. The exterior lighting is fine, that's on the walls. We are concerned about maintaining our dark sky. As you can imagine, we like to see the constellation of stars. We're still having trouble with the trucks, the Dollar General trucks up the canyon. And there was a good article about it in the Mountain Democrat that you may have seen. And I hope you have the opportunity to read the comments that from Cool. They're included in your correspondence for this meeting. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Susan.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. 50 years ago, Supreme Court Justice William Douglas asked, "Since when have we Americans been expected to bow submissively to authority and speak with awe and reverence to those who represent us? The constitutional theory is that we, the people, are the sovereigns. The state and federal officials only are agents. We who have the final word can speak softly or angrily. We can seek to challenge and annoy as we need not stay docile or quiet. At the constitutional level, speech need not be sedative. It can be disruptive. A function of free speech under our system of government is to invite dispute. It may indeed best serve its high purpose when it induces a condition of unrest, creates dissatisfaction with conditions as they are, or even stirs people to anger," end quote. In other words, the Constitution does not require Americans to be servile to government officials. Lori, you've arrogantly exalted yourself above the citizens whom you profess to serve. You've mocked EDC core values, you've mocked me, and you've mocked God. The Constitution was established on the premise of inalienable rights given by God, the Creator. Rights are not granted by government. They are embedded in the precepts of God Almighty and bestowed upon His creation. Free speech is central to Christianity. The Apostle Paul prayed in Ephesians 6:20 that he may speak boldly as I ought to speak. But when government is against God, we must respond as the Apostle Peter by saying we must obey God rather than men. It is a fact that Andy Nevis is being groomed by Comrade Parlin to deprive me the blessings of freedom by unlawfully emulating her liberal ideologies and cancel culture. It is a fact that Andy colluded with Lori to unethically use the association for their own political purposes, and everyone knows their vendetta against me for whistleblowing. The BOS also knows Todd White, a counterfeit Christian, and Rhino, who has publicly hurled profanities at me, participated in Andy's private meetings to oust me from the association because I've had the temerity to expose the work of darkness to the light of truth. It is a matter of public record that Todd refuses to provide public services or benefits of membership in the association. And it was Democrat Carol Lewis who hatefully scorned, "You've taken your advocacy and you've moved it into a form of bullying with the First Amendment and this shit that you put out," end quote. Such abuse of power is evidence of Marxist totalitarianism, hammering nails in the coffin of this republic, and it is the linchpin of the Democrat Party's anti-American socialist agenda. Your abysmal failure to support the rights of the people makes the entire BOS complicit and liable. God calls it sin, and the supreme judge over all of us knows the truth. He knows that when you profess to be supporting and defending the Constitution, you are not being truthful. If you have any comments, please make them. Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please enter this document into the public record.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak about Linda Grimoldi, but before I do, I want to share something positive. And I want to recognize something that Dawn Ashton does at the start of our meetings. That's a very positive example, and it's something that I admire and respect. I want to share it with you. You know, I spent 25 years in the United States Coast Guard, and part of my responsibility was to render honors whenever they were appropriate on board ship. Whenever we had visiting dignitaries or special flags that you fly, special protocols that you follow, it was my job to make sure that any flag on the ship was in the right place at the right time in the right order. And every morning we saluted the flag when it went up and every evening when it came down. When I sit over here in the morning, I've noticed habitually that when you start with the Pledge of Allegiance, Mr. Ashton steps up, but steps to the side so that all of us have an unobstructed view of the flag. I have a great respect and admiration for that. That respect for the flag and giving everybody the opportunity to view it unobstructedly is something that I have noticed. It means a great deal to me symbolically, and in respect for what I did for 25 years, it means a great deal. And I want to thank you for doing that. And I want the rest of you and the public to be aware of it as well, because most people probably can't see it on the camera or wouldn't have the vantage point that I do, but I think it's worth noting. This afternoon, I emailed you the remarks that I'm speaking about with Linda Gamoldi, more ordinance code violations. And I think these are more serious because on March 22nd, you told her specifically, there are certain things that we don't want to see from you. One is get off social media. Two, don't become political or partisan. And if you do, she was very explicitly warned that we may remove you, and she was asked to acknowledge that, and she did. The other thing that happened that morning or that day was that Supervisor Thomas admonished her for approving of harassment of me by members of the public and said, you are a direct reflection of the board. So those are conditions that you set forth for her to follow. And as I submitted to you today, she has no ability or understanding of that because she's violating it. She's publicly promoting partisan events, and they were attended by the same people that I've been objecting to: more Proud Boys, more right-wing extremists, so on. Eddie Block was there, the gentleman from the Proud Boys who was at the US Capitol filming the Proud Boys attack on that building. You shouldn't put up with that, and neither should anybody in the county. I'm asking you, what are you standing for? What are you, is she a reflection of? Are you supportive of her public endorsement of the harassment of me by others? And it's not just me, it could be any member of the public. You shouldn't stand for that. Is it your faithless oath to the Constitution to support and defend it? Because I haven't seen evidence of that when it's been presented to you. And just the simple fact that she's apparently violating the ordinance code, which is unlawful. And you have to do
Yeah.
so I'm asking you to do so. Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 174. Please unmute yourself, 174.
Are they coming?
They're still muted.
What do they have to do to unmute? It's on a phone, it's star six, is that right? Star six? Star nine?
Yep, star six.
Star six to unmute. And it's not going well. You know, sometimes on the phone it's more difficult, so we give them a second.
Yeah, sure. I'm asking them to unmute, but.
So 174, it doesn't seem to be working for whatever reason. You're not able to unmute. And did you try hitting the star six on your phone? Okay, well, we gave it a good go, and open forums about things not on the agenda, so there's always next meeting. Or you can send an email to the clerk of the board, which can be distributed to all of us too. So there's some options there. All right.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I don't believe there were any questions that needed a response, really. And with that, wow, moving on to and froms. Who's ready?
I'll go.
Raise your hand.
Okay, going back to July 27th, we had a LAFCO meeting. The primary subject was field recruitment. That's making good progress. It's still in work in progress, but we're moving forward. I just want to let everybody know that the small and medium water districts, MSR, will start its public comment period on the 24th of this month. Our consultant Plan West has prepared that. So anyone who has interest in small and medium water districts and their operational status is welcome to participate in the LAFCO meeting and make comment. On the 28th, we had our special Board of Supervisors meeting. Everybody, I think, is aware of what happened there. On the 1st of August, or July 28th, and on the 1st of August, the SPTC JPA board met, and we authorized funding for rails related bridges and culvert structural analysis for all segments that are not current to determine what it's going to take in terms of resources to bring all of those up to a standard that would allow a normal size engine to move up and down the rails all the way from where it basically starts in Sacramento County to where it ends in Placer County or El Dorado County and Placerville. So that's work under effort, and our Parks and Recreation Commission is tied in with that. Vicky's been very involved with the discussion. She was very strong in the recommendation to do that because we really need to understand from that analysis what it's going to take. And we're looking at raising funds somewhere down the road and grant monies, et cetera. So it's important to know what it's going to take, and that's the first step. And then that same evening, our monthly El Dorado Hills Community Council meeting was held. Our guest speakers were Olivia Byron Cooper and Kristen Becker. They spoke about the Tobacco Use Prevention Program, TUPP. Very informational, I think all good emphasis on what needs to happen. There was some statements made by the public about when Big Brother takes over things and all that kind of stuff. But with respect to tobacco use, I think it's important to try to do as much as we can to preserve people's health, and particularly secondhand smoke. Recipients who, through no preventative method of their own are exposed and can be exposed for long periods of time. So it was a good presentation. They did a great job. So compliments to staff for that. And then on August 2nd, the quarterly Foothill Interfaith Collaboration meeting was held. It was held down at St. Stephen's Lutheran Church. There was a wide variety of presenters that talked about the countywide homeless services that are available today and how people can acquire those. And I learned some things I didn't know, even about our own Health and Human Services in terms of things that were there. So very valuable discussion, good interaction, and we'll have obviously another one coming up in the next quarter here. And then finally, on the 4th of August, most of you know, we had the El Dorado Transit and Transportation Commission meetings with respect to transit. I did make a request that the Transit Authority consider putting in a transit stop at the Perks Court site, if that is to move forward. So we gave them a heads up and stuff to look at the planning for that, because I think that would help alleviate some of the concerns with safety with respect to, maybe having to get to the transit site that's down near Walmart. If we can make a pickup site closer to where the Perks Court is, I think it'll go better. And then the Transportation Commission, the primary discussion there was Trip to Green, and I'm going to let others explain that.
Very good. Well, that was a good segue.
Yeah.
All right, well, thanks a lot, John.
Pass it on to Wendy.
Take the ball. Well, let's start with Trip to Green. Recognizing that this is a pilot project. And I really think the rollout of Trip to Green was very thoughtfully done. The fact that the very first weekend that we tested it, which was, a couple weekends, not this weekend, but the previous weekend, was a light holiday, a light traffic weekend. It wasn't a holiday, it wasn't harvest season. And that was thoughtfully done because, it was important for the local community as well as the travelers to get a feel for how this was going to go. And I think, I have to commend this Placerville City engineer, Rebecca Need. She did a phenomenal job. She was on site during the entire 2 days, talking with businesses, driving around, meeting with Doug Veerkamp, who got the contract to be at all the barricades to handle that part of it, making adjustments as the weekend went on, learning from the traffic patterns and the issues that arose. She just did a phenomenal job about addressing any issues that came up. There were no accidents, which was fabulous. And they're currently gathering data to understand the impact of the local community as well as the businesses. From a brief survey, it appears that most businesses did at least as well as they did this time last year, if not a little better. There were 1 or 2 businesses that didn't do as well. That's, to be expected. They're trying to understand that. But the next weekend will be Labor Day weekend. So look for that. But at least when it's a busier traffic weekend, our local community will be more aware of how to get around town and say, oh yeah, I remember us testing it this last time. So I think it was just thoughtfully done and a great learning opportunity. And we'll continue to collect data and see where we go from here. So lots more to learn. But I think all in all, it was a very successful first test of this pilot program. The other thing I'd like to talk about, really enjoyed is Lori and I took part last Friday on a wildfire resilience. It's hard to say.
It is.
Wildfire Resilience Advisory Committee meeting. And this was with the working group of our wildfire working group. And the guest speaker was Daniel Berlant, who is the new deputy director of CAL FIRE's Wildfire Mitigation Program, which is a new program at the state level. It was also his assistant deputy. And we talked for a couple hours on all of the programs and initiatives that are coming down the pike, which are vast, rapidly moving regulations, legislation, and up to $351 million in grants available. And we knew that with the new focus on wildfire at a much heightened level in our state, that grant opportunities would be large and forthcoming. And that is certainly the case. Couple of programs, I will certainly let a full update from the Wildfire Resiliency Program, later talk to the board about this, but a few things that we just want to put on your radar, that the state is looking at doing a subdivision review program where 2 battalion chiefs will be going through the subdivisions in the state with a single access. Access is always a critical factor in terms of wildfire evacuation. And this is in the wildfire severity zones, is my understanding. And a subdivision is defined as 30 or more dwellings. It doesn't have to be necessarily a planned subdivision, but a grouping of 30 dwellings. And they will be looking for appropriate water supply and secondary egress, even if the egress is not up to standards, road standards. Can you get out that way? And they'll be making recommendations to those subdivisions on safety measures that could improve evacuation routes. So that will be coming.
They estimated we have about 111 of those
111,
in our
yes,
county.
exactly.
And I kind of wasn't surprised.
Yeah. And I do know there's a group of citizens that were actually looking at this issue. So this will be very interesting and more to come on that. There's also new regulations coming down from the state, AB 3074 on dispensable space. It's called an ember resistant zone, and currently they're testing it to see how embers bounce off buildings and structures onto the ground and what kind of zone needs to be around a structure in order to protect that structure to keep it from igniting. And the ember resistant zone is not yet required by law, but it will be an unfunded mandate in very high fire severity zones that will be coming as early as January 1st, 2023 for new construction and January 2024 for old construction. I've reached out to Assemblymember Bigelow to get a better understanding of his knowledge of this legislation coming down the pike, but this will be something definitely that we will be watching and certainly engaged in, that will affect a lot of different departments. And it's expected to affect more than 2 million California households. So this is a big one coming down the pike. To piggyback that, Lori and I were definitely saying, okay, if the state is going to come down and help with more rigorous defensible space, what does the coordination look like with the insurance companies in terms of if homeowners are going to be required to have higher standards of defensible space, how can we encourage the traditional insurance market to come back into wildfire severity zones to protect our structures? Because insurance is such a critical need in these zones. And I was happy to hear that the CAL FIRE director was saying they are working hand in hand with the Department of Insurance, and perhaps it will be insurance that plays a key role in enforcement of these new regulations. That, if you want insurance, they're going to be looking to see if you comply with these new zones. So it's all very fluid, and we will hear more later, but definitely looking to mirror insurance with these new regulations, because they have to go hand in hand. They can't be
inconsistent. We can't
exactly. And the last thing, the fire hazard zone maps, starting January 1st, 2023, CAL FIRE will be rolling out the maps designating what is the local responsibility area. And that will be a process that we will be rolling out at the local level with public hearings. And then the board will have to adopt 120 days after cities and city councils and boards of supervisors have these public hearings. So those will be coming after the first of the year. The big takeaway, though, for me, which was really exciting, is how we are, this El Dorado County is well poised in the fact that our Office of Wildfire Preparation and Resilience is exactly what they are looking at statewide. And my understanding is, Lori, correct me if I'm wrong, we are one of 3 or 4 counties in the state of California that has this office internally. And this is an office, a reminder that the board directed the CAO's office to convene last fall following the Caldor fire. And hearing from the director of CAL FIRE's new state program, how impressed he was with our working group so far, how far along we are. You know, it seems like we're always, you know, behind on vegetation management. It's never enough, but actually we are well poised. And for the state to say El Dorado County is actually a model that the state is looking at to replicate statewide made me so proud of our working group. The process that the CAO's office has gone, you know, to convene this group and how far along the pike we are. So I was just really gratified to hear that. So there'll be lots more coming down the pike, but I really enjoyed the retreat and learned a lot. And it was really gratifying to know that we're in the right position with that internal office, coordinating with all of the other efforts with the fire safe councils and the Forest Service and just all the other, and of course our fire agencies. We're in the right spot. So really gratifying to hear. Had lots of celebratory events to attend to. I really enjoyed the groundbreaking on the South Lake Tahoe new community center. That was a couple of weeks ago. I went up to Tahoe to attend that, since it's a county City of South Lake Tahoe joint venture, and it was a great event and was happy to celebrate that. Went to Egg in the Classroom and as well as the Apple Hill Farm to Fork dinner this last weekend to experience the best of the bounty of El Dorado County. So those were my highlights the last couple of weeks.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. John and I attended the LAFCO meeting. And I think it was very informative, especially we're working on with Grizzly Flat, the water agency out there. So that was one of the big topics that we had. We had the El Dorado Hills Chamber Luncheon. I got there kind of late, and with Tom McClintock spoke on that. We had the transit meeting, the transportation. One of the things I brought up in the transportation meeting is Highway 49, with all the accidents and stuff that's been caused on that road for decades. And especially there's been quite a few deaths on that road. And that's a big issue that needs to be addressed. So Raphael got us the numbers. He sent it to Lori, I mean, not Lori, but Wendy and myself. And because it's in partially in her district and partially on mine. So to address this problem, maybe we can fix that, because one death is way too many as far as I'm concerned. And before I went on vacation down to Lake Comanche, we had the one death that was in that one coming off the hill right there that ended up in a telephone pole. And then there was 2 weeks after that, there was another death on that particular road. So that's a big issue and stuff. And I think we need to address that so it doesn't happen ever again. Also, I attended the Grizzly Flats One Year Stronger Grizzly Flat event they had on Saturday. It was a great event. There was a lot of people there, and everybody out there in Grizzly Flat was very appreciative that all the county has done for them to help them, get the process. And they're really thankful that we worked really hard to get the cleanup done on that property, because I think you got to imagine we accomplished a lot within a year, a lot more than a lot of these other horrific fires that have happened through the state of California. So I want to thank the OC and Don and his staff and all the hard work they've done to help those people. Thank you, Don. That's it.
Okay. Let's see, we had 2 weeks off. It was fabulous. I actually went to the beach for a week. It was amazing. I really needed that. But let's see, on the Wednesday, the 27th, July 27th, I had a check-in meeting with staff on the Chili Bar project, just to keep you all aware, because that's board direction. And I think we'll be bringing the MOU maybe in September, I think, to the board. We'll see how it goes, but we're working on it and we're making progress, and I'm getting a little excited. We might have a project done soon. Transportation. I attended on Friday, August 5th. I went up to Marysville for the Mountain Counties Water Resources Association meeting. And we just had a regular board meeting followed by a strategic planning session, which was really enlightening because I think some of those folks have been on that board so long, they didn't really know why they were on there anymore. And I was the newest person. And so it was really good. It was really, and we had a great facilitator who I think our county might benefit from his energy and wisdom. So we'll see how that goes. And then let's see. Oh, on August 10th, we had a El Dorado Water Agency, our regular board meeting. And primarily Ken Payne, our general manager, had it was actually 51 slides, believe it or not, but he went through it really fast and there's a lot of pretty pictures of water. But it was about all the water security projects and programs that are going on, just an update and a status on them, just so we're aware of all the things the water agency. I don't think a lot of people realize the water agency touches so many different projects because it's more than just water in a stream or a lake. You know, there's watershed protection and they're teaming up with us on other items, Grizzly Flats, you know, all of that. So it was really good to drought and all that stuff. So it was good to see that presentation all in one place. And if anybody's interested, I believe it's online in their their meeting minutes and materials. Just an FYI for everyone, I've been receiving the latest victim of PG&E's fast trip switch debacle is the Coloma Lotus Valley. And they've been getting hit pretty frequent and unplanned for, I guess, since May. So, and I don't know if you remember, but the board we did sign a letter of support with, for RCRC and Pioneer and some other partners to ask the CPUC to start regulating those fast trip switch outages, because it's just impossible to plan anything when you don't know when or for how long your power is going to be out. So that's just something that is big on my mind. And I have an RCRC meeting tomorrow, and we'll be kind of talking about that as one of our items. So it just seems like it moves from community. It takes them months to get the calibration right, and then they move on to another community. And so it just doesn't seem like it's a very thought out way to install equipment. I just can't believe they're allowed to disrupt people's lives like that. It's not okay in my mind. And every community, when they start getting hit, they start making the phone calls. And I don't blame them, because PG&E's communication with its ratepayers is also abysmal. And that's another thing that we've been talking about at RCRC is PG&E needs to step up their game with communications to its ratepayers and local government. We just are usually the last people to know what's going on and how are we supposed to help our constituents. So anyway, PG&E fun. Supervisor Thomas, thank you for that recap on the meeting. It was very informative, and it was the beginning of that communication. And we did ask how, as things progress, that communication will be brought to the board on a regular basis. So that's something that they'll be working on as a group. But this was just the first kind of brainstorming session, and I enjoyed it. I got to ask some really hard questions, so it was fun. And then, oh, right, I forgot about this. So last Friday, I attended, I'm on the RCRC Ad Hoc Advisory Committee on Cannabis, and I'm just giving everybody a heads up that RCRC is updating their policy principles regarding cannabis, because we didn't realize they're very outdated. That industry's changed quite a bit. So RCRC staff will be putting together a packet for us to send to departments that, you know, deal with cannabis issues. So I'm thinking that I'll forward it to like our sheriff and the planning department for some feedback on the policy principles. And we're trying to get that done by the end of the year, I think. So, but they'll be sending something. So heads up on that, because those policy principles are used by their staff to go to the Capitol and lobby. So that's why those principles really need to be up to date about what's currently happening. The things with that, when you read the current ones right now, you go, oh, that's not even applicable anymore. So it was kind of funny. But and then the last thing was yesterday we had a meeting. Oh, Supervisor Turnbull and I were in on board direction for looking at SMED funds potentially. And so the ad hoc committee met yesterday, and we're gathering information for upcoming discussions on a path for, pursuing more revenue there and not disrupting the current agreement. Make that very clear, because some people thought, what are you doing? So anyway, great conversations, good information, and hopefully we'll come up with something to help with road maintenance in that area. It's just that burden. You pointed it out, Supervisor Heidel, at one presentation. We cannot handle that burden any longer without revenue. So the group's making great progress on that.
Very good.
Yeah. CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the comments on the fire resiliency efforts. Yeah, we're always behind, but we're ahead of many others, and that's kind of almost an oxymoron. And similar to the Caldor fire, I appreciate your comments, Supervisor Turnbull. Cal OES notified us last week. They're now using us as the example for other counties going through fires of how to do the recovery efforts. So much appreciation to Carla and Tara of my office, who were assigned there full time, and the sheriff for assigning Sergeant Awe to the recovery efforts full time. We've suffered in other areas, but we're excelling in that, and I think that's where the priority should be. So I want to express my appreciation to the board as well. You haven't had a full-time communications director for over a year, and that has its own consequences, but they're being very successful in what they're doing. One piece of legislation I wanted to put on your radar, and it's not going to be implemented for a while, but it's now passed out of all the committees, and it's with the governor's desk for signature, and he will likely sign. The county did take an opposed position to it. It's AB 1608. This separates the responsibility of the sheriff and the coroner.
Oh, that's right.
All indications are it's going to get signed without any amendments. The implementation date, this is the good news of it, it won't be until January 2027 is when we'll have to implement. But initial cost estimates to El Dorado County are in excess of $3 million to stand up its own department. There is a lot of frustration amongst charter counties that specifically call out the combination of those duties, and what CAOs are being advised, and I'll ask Dave to look into this from county council's side, is how does the state legislation like that trump a voter approved initiative in a county? But for now, we're being told it does, and to start planning on implementing that. So just something to think about, and likely be an unfunded mandate from the state to comply.
It sounds like there might be a legal challenge then too.
There may be.
Yeah.
There may be.
Okay.
Too soon to tell, but
Okay.
we'll have to keep that on our radar, and in our budget projections going forward. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
All right.
I have a question relative to CSAC's Challenge Award. Is there opportunity with all the recognition we're getting for some of these things to submit?
There is supervisors finding time to get the submissions in.
I understand, and
Yeah.
then the deadlines are coming up.
Yeah.
But boy, if we could get recognition that way, I think that really helps us get elevated.
Yeah.
And it's going to help us in our recruitment. Oh,
It
by
will.
the way,
Right.
we'll be identified as kind of a leading county with some of these initiatives, and that's helpful. So
I'll see if we can get a couple in for those.
thank
Absolutely.
you.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
We'll go back. We continue to have delays with the Camino Safety Project. And so that's been delayed a couple of weeks. We are now on weekly calls with Caltrans. So I'm taking part in those along with EDCDC and DOT and Caltrans. And it looks like, we'll probably make progress this week, but I'm making sure that there's coordination with the schools now that schools are in session. With the closing of Carson Road, it's just been extremely difficult. So we're on it, but it continues to be very frustrating. So I know.
Shame. Well, good Caltrans news then, just because I know we all get beat up so often, but if you go down Highway 50 towards Cameron Park, you can see all the vegetation management being cleared. And that was just a result of a casual conversation with our sheriff-elect. And I said, oh, I can contact Caltrans. And they got on it really quickly. And it's going to improve the visibility and the fire hazard down there in that area where we're having some problem with homeless camps down there on the county properties. So the visibility is really improved. And I already heard from some residents in Cameron Park that noticed it right away, and they really appreciate the work that's being done by Caltrans. So I know it's tough because, yeah, but they do what they can. And I guess we're in the same boat because we get the same kind of feedback too. So with that, we have a meeting next week. It's going to be a pretty full day, so check the agenda when it's posted. And with that, I think we'll adjourn at 1:40. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.